all of us in this socialization process. And in that regard, I don't want to take much time just to outline the framework. I'm not the owner of the content. The owners of the content are the leaders of the working group led by Ms. Sipeti Lesiklishe, who works with the colleagues that I will give over to her to introduce as the people that have been driving this and how they have organized to run this particular process. So without much ado, we're dealing with the issue that they have been dealing with, which is migration and people-to-people solidarity. They will take us through the issues they have. They will engage, and if space exists for colleagues here to make further inputs in order for them to refine what we have as their draft 3 document, they will be open for that. So without much ado, I wish the engagement to be successful. I know they are very energetic, they are very engaging, and they will make sure that you enjoy this particular process. So without much ado, you are all welcome to this important process of the C20 as we move towards the end. Let me give over to Sipetile. I won't be coming back because from this point onwards, you are now in charge, you are in control. Fly, land this plane the best way you want to land it after making it go through the turbulence that you will navigate around. All the best, and thank you very kindly.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome to everybody to our working group session. So we are part of the C20 Working Group 2, where we're focusing on migration and people-to-people movement. So my name is Petile Sitloshe from Ebony Equity, and then I'll hand over to my colleagues, the conveners, Mr. Gian Debo and Ms. Linda Ben, and my co-facilitators, Ms. Yvonne Baldwin-Mushi and Dr. Luz Helena Hanawa, and in absentia, Ms. Wang Jiangyi. So she just so I'll give you some background on her. She is currently the vice chair and Secretary General of the China Association for NGO Operations. And she has over a decade of experience in project fund raising and management. So she is part of our group, but today she is unfortunately unable to join us. But she's well represented here. Hand over to my colleagues for their introductions.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucelena Hanauer. I am an international trade lawyer. I have been working in issues of South-South cooperation and sustainability for the past 16 years in South Africa. I am originally from Colombia, but I am also naturalizing in South Africa. Yvonne.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Yvonne Baldwin-Mushi, and I am from Elevate AI Africa, where we work with several African regional governments to bridge the gap between digital inclusivity and participation of a society as a whole. And we also, are a tech company, so we have products in the tech space, but also we focus on youth and women involvement in the digital space. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Debo?
Okay, let me put my video on. Okay, I think my video is locked. I don't know whether it's locked from your side or locked from my side.
Ayanda, do you know? Okay, it's fine. I think you can go ahead.
Yes. Guys, good afternoon, good morning, good evening from wherever you're listening. I am Wanjang Tebo. I am a founder and chief operating officer for Akebola and Immigrants Impact Awards. We specialize with social cohesion between the immigrant population and the South African population. Thank you.
Linda Ben. You can't see it, probably. Okay.
Greetings, colleagues. My name is Linda Ben. I am the CEO and co-founder of the Alkebil and Immigrants Impact Awards. So we do the work of strengthening social cohesion and using different educational platforms to really educate people about the values and the contributions that immigrants make within the South African community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and just a bit of background on my side. So I'm from Ebony Equity, and we focus on business strategy, marketing, and transformation, with a strong focus on South African transformation, but taking globally on the ESG side. So thank you very much, and thank you to my colleagues for introducing themselves. So just next on the agenda, we're going to have Dr. Luz Helena Hanawa just take us through setting the scene. So you just have an understanding of why we chose this topic, and Mr. Debo will then take us through his a keynote on migration as an engine of prosperity, because we want to drive this focus and see how we can actually make sure that migration, that we change the lens in which migration is looked at. We'll then look at an overview of the draft policy, and post that we'll then have our question and answer. Dr. Hanawa?
Thank you so much, Sipetile. First of all, I just wanted to say what an honor it is for me to speak today to you on a topic that is both urgent and deeply human. We have spoken about our struggles as nations and all the things that have happened, but migration and people-to-people movement is something that we haven't really sat to have the conversation. So as we, as South Africa, prepare to lead the G20, we have this historic opportunity to reshape the global mobility frameworks, not through the fear that seems to be all over the place, but through justice, dignity, development, and the principles that we want to apply for our citizens as well. And in here, it includes the SDGs, because sustainability has also to do with a free society. So let me begin with a simple truth. Migration is not a threat. Migration is a reality. It's not something that is going to happen. It's not something that may happen later. It's not something that is a risk and we should de-risk it. It's something that is currently happening as we speak, and it is a potential lever for inclusive growth, for innovation, for solidarity, especially across the global south. So what do we see in the headlines? Every time we see something related to migration, it is treated primarily as a security issue. So tighten borders, make a wall, criminalize people, deportation, develop potential, and that we need to realize that we're actually talking about people here. So the development of the human is sidelined, but security is very important, but it cannot be the only lens through which we look at migration. We need to have a multidisciplinary approach that sees migrants not as a problem to be managed, but as partners in building resilient societies. This is very important because we need to ensure that we see the systemic barriers. So just like poverty, there is a systemic barrier to migration, prejudice, discrimination, and exclusion. Not only social injustice, but also, and most importantly, perhaps for our conversation, the economic efficiency that that's causing. When people are denied the right to work, to learn, to contribute, we all lose. We're losing that talent and we're losing that contribution. And then those barriers obviously intersect with gender, disability, class, and all the other exclusionary categories. It deepens. So the G20 represents the 80% of the global GDP and has the power to shape the frameworks that will affect millions and millions of people. People from Africa who live to other countries, but also people within Africa that migrate regionally and in all the other regions as well. South Africa's presidency is the opportunity to lead with courage and to have clarity. The question is, what kind of mobility do we want to champion? So we have to depart from the point that mobility is going to happen, whether we do something or we don't, whether we have a good policy or a bad policy. So what kind of mobility do we want and can we champion right now? One that is dividing and detaining and deporting, or one that is connecting and empowering? So we have key issues here. Persistent discrimination. Migrants are marginalized, systematically excluded, and these tears the social fabric of the local community. Reinforcing security narratives. So what do? Our governments are having delivery problems, they're not efficient, there is corruption, but they have the perfect goat to put those sins into, and that is the other, and that is the illegals, that is the migrants. So why is this? The reason is because legalization is often very out of reach. It has an incredible amount of red tape, and it is not clear and discouraged to be done in the legal way. So people stay in limbo, they can't contribute, they can't integrate, they can't belong. This is also fueled by a narrative that reinforces their othering. We then have economic exclusion. When migrants are locked out of the economic participation, then they start to do it through the left. Irregularly. And that means tensions, and that means terms, words like zamazamas and words like I don't want to say it wrong, Tutsis. The dangerous narratives have a lot of power because it says migrants are outsiders, they're burdens, they're threat, and we must dismantle that. Because if these people are coming and they are putting their life on the line, if they could do it legally, they would. So what do we propose? We have, and I think Sipatila is going to elaborate on this, but one, and I think this is the biggest umbrella proposal, is allow economic activity. Instead of financing migrants as passive recipients, and we see this as a contest in the global north, it's like, oh, they're taking our subsidies, they're taking our hotels, they're taking our school. Allow them to make money, to become taxpayers, to become entrepreneurs, and to contribute. Integration must be a pathway to agency. One of the things that we have lost and that we have very hard tried to recover in the journeys of independence and decolonization is the dignity of agency. We are talking here about mostly adults, are people who have left for whatever reason. And if the reason is economic, they are very much looking forward to recreate a life. So that takes us to recommendation number 2, which is to remove barriers, to guarantee normal access to education, employment, and social protection. And this may sound counterintuitive when you have already a local national community wanting. But the legal framework must be intersectional, because if those people are also included in the system, they are accountable to the law. If a local person is not allowed to go set a tent in a public park and sleep there, why should, and is equally accountable to the law to find its own accommodation and to find its own employment, having people marginalized and non-existent for the system makes them invisible to that accountability. And that accountability is what fuels the vicious cycle of poverty, and then crime, criminality, and then further exclusion, and then further othering for the migrant population. And then the majority of the people that immigrate are not necessarily going to create big empires, but they are going to contribute to the economy. We must also remember that in the global south, and also increasingly in the whole world, the small economy is the biggest contributor, not only to employment, but to the economy at large. Minority-led business and cooperatives can help. Migrants must not be seen just as low-wage workers. They can also create innovation and ecosystems that allow them to create their own business, thrive, and create further employment. So it's not just about policy, we're creating a principle. We need to build societies where movement is not punished, where movement is not equal to exploitation. The reason why people are looking at migrants as low-wage workers is because people are taking advantage of the legality void to exploit a population that came already vulnerable. So where borders must continue to erase dignity, we miss the idea, we miss the identity of who we are as a nation and as a global community. This is one great opportunity for the Global South to lead with new vision and create a new value-based ecosystem. So South Africa specifically, with its history of struggle and resilience, is uniquely positioned to champion this agenda. We need to use the G20 presidency to call for just mobility that has legal frameworks that honor people's journey, protects their rights, hold them accountable, include them in the accountability system, and unlock their potential to be contributors to the local economies. Migration, therefore, and as we stand here, is a massive event who must not be seen as a crisis. It's a crossroads. We are observing and witnessing something that is a global phenomenon. The people have been moving since we were born as humanity. We have now the opportunity to decide, are we going to make sure that this migration phenomenon, which is nothing that we can control and will continue to happen, be destructive to our regional and local communities, or be constructive? And the path that we choose in our policy, in our implementation, in our narrative, and in our communities will define not only what happened to the economies, but will also define our humanity. Thank you so much. I will leave you with Sipetile to go into the details of what we have put into this policy recommendation.
I'm on mute. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for setting the scene for us. I'll now hand over to Mr. Debu.
All right. Okay, fine. My camera finally opened. Okay. Guys, good afternoon. Good morning, good evening from wherever you're listening. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow delegates for a borderless future, I should express my special thanks to Mr. Tulani, the chairperson of the C20, Mr. Mbabalane, the C20 Sherpa, our lead facilitator, Ms. Sipetile, co-facilitators, Yvonne and Lux Helena. Guys, thank you very much for the work. So it's an honor to stand before you today as Tebo Gordon Wanjang, co-founder of the Akebulan Immigrants Impact Awards. Our platform celebrates the unsung heroes who bridge wars through immigration. We gather here today under the banner of Civil G20 Working Group 2 on migration and people-to-people movement, a vital space within the G20 ecosystem. In a world often divided by wars, physical, digital, and ideological, this convening reminds us that our shared humanity thrives on connection, not isolation. Let me begin with a story. Imagine Aisha, a young software engineer from Lagos, Nigeria. In 2018, she crossed borders into Toronto, not as a statistic, but as a dreamer. Today, she's leading a team at a tech firm that revolutionizes sustainable energy solutions, innovations born from her African ingenuity meeting Canadian opportunity. Asha's journey isn't an abnormality. It is the essence of migration's magic. And it's stories like hers that fuels our work on migration. Migration is not a crisis to be managed. It is a catalyst for progress. Let's lean into this positively. Economically, migrants are engines of growth. Globally, remittance alone, money sent home by diaspora communities, totaled over $800 billion in 2023, surpassing foreign direct investment in many developing nations. In G20 countries, this influx sustains families, funds education, sparks entrepreneurship. Think of the Indian diaspora fueling Silicon Valley startups, or the Filipino nurses bolstering healthcare systems from the UK to the US. Socially, migration weaves a rich tapestry. It fosters cultural exchange. Imagine the fusion cuisine in London's market or the rhythmic beat of Afrobeats echoing in Berlin clubs. Diversity isn't just a few good rhetoric. It's proven to boost innovations. Studies show companies with diverse teams outperform others by 35% in profitability. Migration builds empathy, challenges echo chambers, reminds us that humanity's greatest strength is our mosaic of experience. Of course, no conversation on migration is complete without acknowledging the triumphs and trials within the G20 family. Let's celebrate the successes first. Canada's express entry systems stands as a beacon, a merit-based pathway that has welcomed over 1.5 million skilled immigrants since 2015, contributing over $50 billion annually to its economy. Australia's multicultural policies have integrated waves of arrivals, turning Sydney into a global hub of creativity. And in my home continent, South Africa's post-apartheid embrace of regional migrants has revitalized industries like mining to hospitality. Yet challenges persist, demanding an unflinching gaze. In parts of Europe, rising xenophobia has scarred communities. Recall the 2023 riots in France, where migrants became scapegoats for deeper economic anxiety. In Gulf Cooperation Council states, labor exploitation under the kafala systems traps millions in vulnerability, a stark reminder that unchecked power imbalances erodes trust. And in the Americas, US border policies oscillate between compassion and crackdown, leaving families in limbo. These aren't isolated failures. There are signals that without equitable framework, migration promise fails. Now, turn your eyes to the horizon. From an African perspective, what does the world look like in 10 years? By 2035, Africa's population would surge to 1.7 billion people, with youth comprising 60% of it, a demographic dividend unmatched globally. intra-African migration will explode, not as a flight from famine, but as a pursuit of potential. Picture bustling corridors from Dakar to Djibouti, where engineers from Kenya code apps in Ethiopian tech parks, farmers from Ghana share climate resilient techniques in Rwandan greenhouses, the world more vibrant, more resilient. AI and automation will reshape jobs, pulling talent southwards as northern economies grapple with aging population. But this future hinges on us, G20 nations, and beyond, crafting policies that turn movement into mutual gain, not zero-sum suspicions. Central to this vision is the African Continental Free Trade Area, launched in 2021, now encompassing 54 nations with a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement isn't just trade, it is a mobility revolution. By harmonizing tariff and standards, it slashes barriers into labor flows, projecting 30 million new jobs by 2035. From an African's lens, it is our Marshall Plan, empowering women traders across the Sahara, youth innovators linking Nairobi to Cape Town. For G20 partners, it is an invitation: invest in these corridors, co-develop skill exchanges, and reap the rewards of a stabilized, prosperous Africa. Imagine German firms trading Rwandan apprentices in Industry 4.0 or Japanese expertise greening Nigerian agriculture. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement shows progressive migration management unlocks doors, mutual recognition of qualifications, seasonal work programs, and digital nomad visas that turn borders into bridges. Yet, opportunity demands safeguards. As countries embrace visa-free policies, laudable steps towards people-to-people ties, we must think strategically about protecting our citizens. Bilateral data sharing agreements can track movements without invading privacies, using blockchain for secured real-time verification. Invest in consular tech, mobile apps for emergency alert, AI-driven risk assessment before departures. And let's pioneer 10 resilience funds, pooled resources to support citizens facing exploitation abroad, ensuring mobility empowers, not endangers. These aren't hurdles, these are enablers, allowing bold policies like the EU Schengen expansion or ECOWAS visa waivers to flourish without fear. But true progress blooms from the ground. Through proactive social cohesion, we've seen division fester when narratives pit us against them. It's time to inoculate our societies early. I propose integrating social cohesion classes into secondary schools curricula worldwide, mandatory modules blending migration histories, empathy building simulation, and cross-cultural dialogues. In Kenya, for example, pilot programs have reduced youth prejudice by 40%. Scale this globally, and we will cultivate generations who see migrants as neighbors, not threats. Fund community integration labs, spaces where locals and newcomers co-create solutions, from urban gardens to coding clubs. These mechanisms aren't luxuries, they are the glue binding diverse societies. Distinguished colleagues, as we deliberate in this C20 forum, I urge you: dream audaciously and act strategically. Challenge your governments to pilot African Continental Free Trade Agreement inspired pacts with G20 peers, visa waivers tied to skills compacts, remittances channeled into joint innovation funds, protect the vulnerable with data, not dragnets, foster cohesion with curricula, not campaigns. From Africa Rising Sun to the G20 global stage, migration is our shared story, a narrative of arrival, adaptation, and accent. In closing, Let's honor Aisha and millions like her. In 10 years, may the world we build be one where every border cross sparks a breakthrough. Every newcomer finds not just a job but a home. Together, let's migrate towards that future, not in fear, but in faith. Thank you. Asante Sana, Messi, Shukran. Thank you very much, lead facilitator, and I wish you guys the best in your session. Thank you.
Oh, I have been speaking and my microphone has been on mute. So I just want to say thank you very much to our two speakers for just giving us just that focus on why this topic and the importance of it and how we want to take a progressive look at it. And while I take you through the policy document, I will be, because a lot has been covered in our speeches, then I won't go into as much detail so that we can actually have more time for our question and answer. Okay, so as mentioned, the biggest thing is that the focus right now when it comes to migration is that we're looking at it as a security issue, and there's various systemic barriers, which include prejudice, which include a lack of holistic solutions in governance, unproductive KPIs, which are more detention based versus actually incorporating people. There's onerous legal routes, weak protections and trust, and also the use of AI sometimes has bias and errors, and again, it lends itself to prejudice. And this is important to look at, especially as the G20 being 80% of global GDP, and see how reframing these can help more positively affecting millions. So, systemic exclusion of migrants and marginalized groups creates further social issue problems in established communities, and we have intersectional barriers that comes to gender, class, disability. Basically, how do we actually take care of the more vulnerable amongst us? And then again, just looking that the G20 countries are actually extremely diverse countries. We have various policies, and not all policies are equal across the countries, particularly when it comes to gender and when it comes to LGBTQ plus communities. And it is one of the more critical areas that we have to look at because those groups are even more vulnerable. Okay, so basically, our brief urges that the G20 countries close the gaps and create meaningful pathways for immigrants to be integrated into society and also limit skills waste and strengthen labor standards. So, we also want to just have a more robust response in how we actually deal with gender and LGBTQ issues and exclusion. And I think one of the key things that we usually come across is that there's various standards and ways of living or cultural norms across the various countries, and one of what is pretty much the leading standard bearer, if we're to put it in that way, is that if we're going to be looking at human rights, then all people, all humans should have access to those human rights, regardless of their gender, their ethnicity, their class, their creed, or their orientation. So just looking at how we can overcome some of these, we have a couple of G20 countries that have service delivery plans that do assist in reducing vulnerability and irregularity in their countries. And these are countries like France, UK, Turkey, Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico. Where they enable lawful residence and improved documentation and work. Other large G20 economies, which still have gaps to cover and have not really put strong service delivery plans in motion, are the US, India, China, Japan, Germany, Canada, and South Africa. So some of these gaps are there and they need to be taken care of. So we also look at child safeguards, a strong where countries are part of the 1961 Convention or equivalent domestic rules um, to guard against backlogs and children facing exclusion. In fact, just on this one, you have an issue, particularly in South Africa, whether it's for internal and external. In fact, I think there was a march this week to go to Home Affairs on IDs or that have been blocked arbitrarily. Now, and that's a mix of South African citizens and immigrants, and also we've had a lot of children have no birth certificate, which has then excluded them from participating in activities that would have assisted them in improving their economic situation and going forward in life. So things like that are actually quite critical and are not minor or to be overlooked. Also, looking at alternatives to detention and case management to reduce cost and harm and improved compliance, like Dr. Luz Helena had said that if you actually improve documentation, then you don't have the temptation to go the illegal route because the ways are so extraneous and there's strong exclusionary practices. So one of the key and most critical things, I think, especially a lot of countries that would be from the global south might be thinking, uh, we can hardly do service delivery for our own citizens. So one of the key things is also funding of arrival cities, because there are receiver municipalities, receiver cities where there is more immigration, more immigrants settling there, and the funding of these arrival cities, also looking at housing, schools, clinics, would also just assist in reducing that friction of getting access to services. And in one of our working groups, we not one of our working groups, one of our meetings, we had suggestions from other working groups, also looking at the Kampala Convention and how the African Union adopted this in 2009 on how we can further facilitate migration. And this has been adopted by the African Union, and we are proposing that it gets taken and adopted more globally. So this is the first binding continent-wide treaty on internal displacement. It calls on states to prevent arbitrary displacement, protect and assist internally displaced people without discrimination, enable concrete solutions, and facilitate principled humanitarian action. So Under this convention, the AU has the ability to intervene in dire circumstances and must support, coordinate resources, and collaborate with the relevant states, UN bodies, ICRC, and civil society. It is critical that international organizations uphold humanitarian principles and relevant laws and frameworks when conducting their work. So some of its core obligations is to designate a lead authority within the country, prevent arbitrary displacements such as conflict, disasters, including climate change, and also ensure safety, dignity, freedom of movement, and have special protections for children, single-headed households, pregnant women, older persons, persons with disabilities, and facilitate humanitarian access, neutral, impartial, independent humanitarian action, and have concrete solutions on return, local integration or relocation, documentation, and other remedies. And some of the practical actions are to enact progressive IDP laws with leading national authority with a strong coordination with the provinces and municipalities that actually receive more migrants within the various states. Also, early warning systems that are that include genuine consultation and impact assessment for projects. So I think impact assessment is very critical because you need that impact in order to actually collect data and to actually inform policy. Also have a minimum standards in registration and civil documentation, look at GBV and child protection, disability inclusion, civilian site security, and create concrete solutions that are strategic, and make sure there's a one-stop humanitarian access procedure. I think this is one of the things that people do get a little frustrated about, that you get sent from pillar to post and you get half information, and whereas if you integrate these systems, then there is a much smoother process. So some of the key takeaways from our document was that when we look at a security first governance, we have a home affairs dominance or other type of state department in any other country, whereas you actually need a more holistic government compact with there's any shared mandates, you actually ensure that things move along much more smoothly and faster. And the second one, limiting legal pathways, having poor service delivery, and this leads to irregularity and exploitation. And we do know that some of the issues that do come up is that if somebody is irregular, they are afraid to speak up, and then they're willing to take a lower wage, and then that really increases a friction within entry-level jobs. And the opportunity here is to really have ARPL agreements between countries, and to make sure that skilled workers are able to work to transfer their skills into the other countries and not have underemployment, so that they can actually be taxpayers and actually contribute to the economy of the country. Also, backlogs is a huge issue. It creates a whole lot of limbo and informal work, so these need to be drastically improved. And also, just going back to that the skills wastage, if we don't recognize the credentials of people coming through. In fact, there is some people will be doctors, and then they have to end up being cab drivers because they cannot transfer their credentials. And usually those kind of jobs already have shortages within the country, and then you have that type of skills leakage. So weak decent work standards. So then there's a whole lot of undercutting, trafficking, unsafe work, and you need to really beef up the Department of Labor on looking at joint inspections. And also gaps in financial planning. We talked about monitoring and evaluation. If we don't have the data, we're not going to be able to do proper financial planning. So that is actually quite key and critical. and misinformation and disinformation. A lot of this actually fuels backlash, and we need a lot more transparency and intentional social cohesion. And that really goes back to having that holistic look at how government actually works with the phenomenon of migration. And also looking at tech and biometrics, we said that some of the problems there is that there's a whole lot of bias and errors, and we need to not heavily rely on IT, and also make sure that there is a level of human review to actually audit it to reduce harm. You've had some of your EU countries who were first out of the gate to use some of this tech, now actually putting guardrails in place to try and avoid some of these biases. And also looking at the ad hoc responses to war and climate, and just really have something that is actually quite strong and deliberate on how the issue it needs to be dealt with. And also looking at housing and zoning constraints, we need to update our policies. We need to update our processes to approvals, and also look at I mean, we've had in Cape Town, in Spain, and in other areas where there've been rental spikes, and then there's a whole lot of backlash from locals because now they cannot afford housing. Just having a lot more intentionality on how we actually deal with these types of constraints. So our overall recommendations is there comes in 3, allowing economic activity, 2, removing barriers, and 3, improve service delivery processes. So in allowing economic activity, we must capacitate refugees and excluded groups to become taxpayers, integrate, thrive in the society, and be contributors, reducing reliance on the state. And where there's migrant businesses and cooperatives, we must improve how we integrate migrants into the system and get the relevant visas and path to to residency or naturalization, depending on the requirement, and also expand safe legal routes that are aligned to real vacancies. And then in removal of barriers, we want to make sure that there's equal access to education, employment, social protection, and that's where those documents become extremely crucial. And we have to remove barriers for specifically gender and LGBTQ plus communities, and to make sure that we don't engender further displacement through concealment or through flight, and remove any threats of violence as well. And also remove barriers to business and financing. On the service delivery side, we're looking at fast credentialing, on making sure that there's less skills waste, and close the statelessness gaps that affect a lot of people, and also detrimentally affects children, and also give service access for internal migrants, and delinking this to expedite delinking this from the normal processes to expedite the speed in which we register migrants. And also, most critically, also the funding of the arrival municipalities, because they would be disproportionately impacted to other areas of the country. And that is our policy recommendations. Thank you. So now I will open up the floor for any questions. Hi. Hi. We've reached our question and answer. So if there's any hands that want to be raised, if you'd like to give have any questions or like to give any input, in fact.
Somebody had a hand earlier on. I think they put it down.
Did we answer all your questions?
There are a few questions in the
Can I
comment
please
section.
come in?
Yes, please.
Yes, my name is Nobile Shabalala. I'm from Show Me Your Number. Looking at the issues that have been presented here, one, I would like to welcome all the presentations that have been presented here. And looking at what was presented here and looking at where we are, especially I will speak about what's happening in South Africa, of which it speaks to a number of issues that we identify almost on a daily basis in South Africa. One, I will speak about people who are coming outside of South Africa, how they struggle in terms of accessing healthcare services through some groupies that they've been going to clinic, removing people and so forth. When we look at immigration and so forth, we need to find a way to engage the government because these people, they're actually criminals. They need to be arrested. We need to deal with that. And also looking at the young children that they born in South Africa through the parent that are in South Africa illegal. And then those children, they end up not having a count of belonging. Because of such things, we need also to engage with the Department of Home Affairs, we engage with the government in terms of how do we assist everyone that is within the borders of South Africa to be able to access to education, access to health services, access to basic life, because we need this thing to happen. It's not about just talking and talking here, but we need to engage, find a space to engage with the government, to engage with the relevant people about people being put in this about people being protected. And also we need to engage with some of the people who forms cabinet, who they will always go say Baba Ham and so forth, because that's xenophobic. We need to engage with actually the president in terms of also his cabinet, to have people in cabinet that they ensure that whoever is in South Africa it can be verified, can also be in account and knowing that is in the account. So these are some of the things that we need to start to look at, especially for children that they need to go to school. I've seen children being removed from school because of issues related to nationality or because issues related to identification. So we need to engage on these matters on a serious note and find proper resolution and solutions that they will benefit those who are struggling based on this number of issues. I thank you and over.
Thank you very much. Those are quite critical. Sorry, Colin, and then after Colin, George.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'd like to thank you for this opportunity and for the presentation from Sissy Spetile. I just joined in while she was presenting. So I don't know if it's a question, but just maybe some contribution if something has to be done. Because actually, my name is Colleen, and I'm from the African Diaspora Workers Network, and also part of the Zimbabwe Solidarity Network, ZSN. So sometimes you hear about like migrant workers per se, right? They're actually working, like some of them, like because it's cheap labor, so they're undocumented. But a lot they've been saying, okay, there are deductions from their pay slips from the employers, right, to say they're contributing to SARS, they're contributing to UIF. But unfortunately, when it comes to especially like to the women, they want to claim, like, you know, when they're on maternity leave, they want to claim, what is this? UIF money, I
UIF.
think,
Yeah.
yeah, for maternity.
Yeah.
they won't be able to, because on their system, they're not registered, but their money is being deducted. So I wish maybe the government could look into that to say at least those who are skilled or those who are working, they should be documented, so that whenever it comes to claim the social benefits, they're able to do so. Because you'd find that it's difficult for them to claim, because the employers know that already these people are not documented, but they still keep on employing them, and at the same time, deductions, but those deductions are not registered with SARS or the UIF thing. So if maybe something could be done so that at least that there will be fair labor practices. And also just to add on the documentation, especially you see that a lot of like migrants, right? Some of them, they don't have actually documents. So their children born to them here in South Africa, sometimes it might take time for them to be registered. For instance, maybe you're talking about the mother from Malawi, the father from Congo. Then now when it comes to registration, you understand, it's difficult because here maybe they're not even documented, and the child would end up stateless because they don't have where they can call home, or because they were born here and the parents are here, and eventually sometimes they will even die without that child being documented. So if maybe we can lobby to say children can be documented despite their parents' state, because by the end of the day, it's also what I'm just saying. If maybe that can be also put into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. George?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation on this people, and thank you for the two commentators that you've just shared. As Doctors Without Borders, MSF, we are working internationally, and in some of the over 70 countries that we are working in. We are working with migrants, whether they are officially registered as refugees, or they've come in as economic migrants or undocumented. We have seen that for sure the health, not only the healthcare system, but the social systems are not really welcoming, and I applaud the recommendations that have been put. I still come back to the same, like what the two previous commentators have just said, that of course we are putting this to the G20 platform to say, okay, these are the recommendations that we are saying, but how much are we looking at going beyond the platform of G20 to say, okay, we need to enforce this one. The first commentator said, talking about pushing the president, but is that enough? Or these deep political issues that are driving this, and we are just seeing superficially. Looking at the I-20 that is coming at the end of the week, on Thursday and Friday, I was also wondering how much we are integrating the recommendations that we are putting here and what will come out from there, so that it has the impact both locally as well as internationally. And my last question is, how are we going to enforce that change happens? Over.
Thank you very much. So with the I-20 that's coming up at the end of the week, this will definitely be integrated. My colleagues, Yvonne and Liz Helena, are going to be part of those proceedings, and it will be championed by Mr. Debo and Ms. Linda Ben as well. So we are definitely going to be integrating them. And there is a much bigger plan on actually rolling out and speaking to the relevant people on actually how do we actually push this and take this forward. So it's not going to end after the G20. There will be ongoing discussions and ongoing engagements in order for that to continue. Yes, I hope that answers your question. Okay. Does anyone else have anything for to contribute? We love to have various what you call this, various thoughts and various points of view, because it really just helps the discussion to be more engaging and for us to actually grapple with some of the very key issues. This is not an issue that is very country specific, especially of late. It's been something that has been just going across the globe, whether we're looking at the US, whether we're looking, I mean, Canada was seen as being extremely welcoming, and is policy wise, but it has some of the same issues where some of the population are not too sure about the migration that and open borders stance that the current government has. So we have a lot of these things happening in first world countries, in the global south. So in developed countries, as the first world is a bit of an old term. I also don't want people to sort of feel like this is pointing to their specific country, but rather for us to look at it as how we can globally come up with solutions. And if we're not going to be speaking to these specific issues, some okay, I'll come to the two hands. There have been propositions on how do we envision the next 10 years to look at if we reframe and start looking at migration as an opportunity. Liz Helena?
I just wanted to answer one of the questions that was in the chat. This is a question by Joao, who says, xenophobia is real. How are we dealing with criminality and problems first? There's a disconnect between the policy discussions and the reality in the ground. Opening borders more will create growing levels of violence, not because of the migrants, but locals voicing their frustrations about lack of services by attacking the foreigners who are the easiest targets. Excuse for the problems. And I just wanted to say this is true and valid, and this is what we are seeing worldwide. It is the local population, as from Sweden, from Canada, from South Africa, from the United States, saying the problem is the migrants. And it is true. They are feeling that there is not enough, that their money is not arriving for them to provide for themselves, that it is more difficult to earn a dignified living in their many different entry-level things, that the economy is tightening, and they see more people as more people eating from the pie that belongs to them in a way. So this frustration, not only it is real, but it is growing and it is global. And whether it is based on fact or not, that doesn't matter, because the local communities are feeling like that. Where we are going is migration is happening, will continue to happen. Hard hand may seem like as a short-term solution, but we risk dehumanizing our societies doing that. And secondly, it may not be solving the underlying problem, which is the people who are coming need to make money because they came to that. They came to be economically productive. And that money that they make and the wealth that they are created needs to be returned or needs to be reinvested in the communities where they live, where they can integrate. So we are not closing our eyes and saying, oh, migration is all roses and flowers and it's all happy and happening. It isn't. And there is a big area of criminality. And I think we emphasize criminality is an aspect, but it's not all the aspects. So we need to see that lens as well. Law enforcement must come with all the accountability necessary. But it's not the only side to migration, if we could say it in that form.
Thank you. Ronald?
Thank you so much. I would actually also echo the same. Mine is more to say that the system strengthening in terms of governmental or intergovernmental system strengthening is very much important. And by doing that, you will obviously then strengthen the internal controls, and then also to adapt probably a global, holistic approach that would be more intersectoral in order for us to address these, because such a lot of things are coming into play, because it's something that we cannot stop. But then looking at the flip side of the coin, where particularly in South Africa, where a lot of things are happening and people are seen as being xenophobic, but because there are certain loopholes. I was just listening to what you were saying, that the person is working but cannot claim. So I definitely would then call for the strengthening of internal controls. I don't think our government is doing, whatever that they are doing is not captured in the way that they are supposed to be doing it. So there are certain gaps that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. I don't know if there's another hand. Okay. Yeah, so it is extremely critical. I think also just having that recommendation of the G20 countries coming to a like they've come to a social compact on climate, to also come to a social compact on migration, and to actually look at those key receiver municipalities to get the funding that they need to actually deal with receiving people within the borders. And then secondly, it's to also look at making sure, like Ronald mentioned, that we have we have a country lead, and that there's integrated systems, and we don't just focus on home affairs. And then thirdly, a valid point is that across, especially the global south, you're gonna have I always feel like it's incredibly critical that we actually listen to everybody, and we look at all the good and ugly and the bad on the table, and not exclude any voices, because we have for in South Africa, for example, and I can speak for just about any other global south country as well, a lot of people will say, we're struggling to get these services for ourselves. How are we going to receive more people and actually fund this within our borders? So that's why we're looking at saying, how do we create social compacts across on how we actually improve how we deliver on these services and fund these services. And then another issue, the same things are coming up in the developed countries. We have people, some of us sitting here are doing a whole lot better than some Americans are. They're selling their blood and blood plasma just to make it to the next week from wage to wage, or their health is deteriorating. And some of us sitting here, and we from the global south, are even better off than some of them. And that's why it was so easy to have for populist voices to actually say we'll help you with migration and take that as the scapegoat as well, to say, well, your resources are being taken by migrants and we'll help you out in this way. So it's this is not country specific. It's and a lot of people are facing the same issues, and this is why we must take a far more strategic and a way of looking at this thing, and also making sure that it's actually taken seriously. And it's not an easy something that can be used for politicking. So yeah, we have a comment from Unomsa. I'd applied spousal visa since 2020 till today. We had not succeeded with Home Affairs. Yeah, the call centers, the printers, the offline. Yes. There's children in South Africa, born in South Africa, who are stateless. They don't have IDs. So that gets even more exacerbated when the children are from migrants. That spousal visas, I've had like lots of acquaintances have such trouble with the spousal visa. Yeah, it's quite an issue, and it's something that needs to be taken. And this is when we deal with criminality. Then, if I cannot find if I'm an economic migrant and I cannot find a job legally, then I will go the illegal route, because one, climate change has made where I stay unlivable, or wars have made where I stay unlivable, and probably staying in a shack in South Africa, dealing drugs is a much better outcome than if I go home. So there's those things where there's a multifaceted way of making sure that even that pathway to going into criminality or illegality is taken away. I saw something on YouTube. I'm talking because I don't see hands. If I see hands, I'll stop talking. So I saw something on YouTube. I think it was from Minister Aaron Motsoaledi. I can be corrected. He was saying that he was speaking to an official who had been shot at twice for trying to root out corruption in one of the refugee camps, and how the officials were engaged in corruption. So when it starts from there, um, where it may not even be the government, it may not even be normal citizens, but the officials that are actually making sure that you are actually properly documented are not doing their job. They would rather do things illegally so they can collect money in other ways. So those are some of the criminalities as well that we really need to look at. Ms. Boy? Nomonde Boy.
Thank you. My name is Nomonde. I hear and listen, and I'm excited about what's being shared, what we can do regarding migration. But my question is, we are the people that are in the communities, and we are the ones that have to advocate for really people to understand the issues of people who are migrants and what are they, why are they here. In the interim, while we are working on policy decisions that need to influence maybe legislation and other things, what do we do in terms of advocacy? Because we fear violence, we fear retaliation, and being maybe also ostracized.
I mean, that's a valid question. Does anyone have, I don't want to be the one who, we're all here, and I think we might have people who have a good response to that. I can have one, but anyone?
I think let me come in. As a person who has worked in the ground as well, like with the communities, I can see that we also they have been. We are not following a rational sort of position to policy making, but it's very emotional, and the people who are applying to these emotions are the ones who are taking advantage of the situation of poverty. So in Africa, we have a huge amount of the poverty share is taken by African women, by Black women, and they are the least. So it's interesting because it's people who live xenophobic growth is normally fueled by a narrative, not necessarily by necessity. So we need to also look at where in the community is this coming from and what do they want from that. I've been through, I think, 4 waves of big xenophobia in South Africa starting in 2009, and it's always nearing elections or nearing some event, but it's never a community saying we're going to solve our problems and do something that is good for us and for the people who are here, but is generally induced. So we also have to guard the fact that our communities everywhere, not only in Africa, not only in South Africa, but everywhere, are being fueled by an emotional narrative and put into action for political and economic benefit of somebody else. And if we follow the money and see who benefits, then it's very clear.
Thank you very much for that. We do have a couple of minutes left to our webinar. So just in closing and also...
But for the just last one, as a follow-up to what we've been talking about, I just wanted to know, do we have a great case study in Africa? I hear about Canada. I just want to, does Africa have a great study where this has been practiced, maybe even it's in a minute way, where it's succeeding or it's showing signs of success?
I think from Mr. Debu's keynote, he mentioned that in Kenya, there is a program that has been speaking with youth in making sure that turning around this narrative and having more positive engagement, and it's created some level of cohesion. He is getting ready for the I-20 Thursday, Friday, so he has dropped off. So sorry, he can't speak more to that. But yeah. Okay, but it's things that we can, I mean, these are continued conversations, and you can join our working group too, and there as well. So thank you so much. So I think as well, the critical thing here is that truly within our communities, I know I was having a conversation with a friend of mine who is born to Ugandan parents and was born in South Africa. And we were talking about the xenophobia that has been happening. And we were saying South Africans didn't really have this thing going. It really kind of exploded in the 2000s. What happened? Like Los Helena did say, what happened? What's happening was propagating or fueling the narrative. It's not like certain people are intrinsically xenophobic. And if you look at the South African economy from the 1990s to today, it's multiplied 70-fold. That's how big it's gotten, 70-fold. So if we're going to say it's solely resourcing, why is it when there was less resources, there was less xenophobia, and now there's more resources, there's more xenophobia? So yeah, so some of those questions that we can raise within our minds. And I would like to just say thank you very much, everybody, for participating and for being part of these discussions. We'll definitely take your contributions and incorporate them within our policy brief. Have a fantastic afternoon.